like how we do it back home.
I love the coach. Look at the coach. Look at the slime as well. So Fee found out her couple levels even higher than 3 months ago today. I'm going to try daily zinc and see if it helps lower it. Otherwise I'll need to see a specialist and sort out the cause, as both me and the doctor are confused by it. Copper levels? Did you eat too much copper? I thought you another couple. No, for real though, just I don't know what too much copper could cause, like, the problem, but still, right. I don't know. Just be careful. I have no idea what like copper, what too much copper could do. Most monsters are aligned with the beat, but some are on the offbeat instead. Offbeat monsters have a diamond-shaped channel and make them easy to spawn. Okay. Are not aligned with either the beat or the offbeat star-shaped channel. Ooh. Let's talk shields. A shield adds an extra double time hit to a skeleton. 1 beam to 2 hits, okay? This game looks really fun. Oh my god, hell yeah. This game is really fucking good. Yellow skeletons and black skeletons can hold shields too. Got them. Oh, they became... Oh, that's weird. Oh. Okay. Skeletons holding 2 shields need to be hit 3 times at the double time to knock off the shields to finish them off. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not playing Tekken. That's a wrap. You must be allergic to monsters because you are looking swole. And remember, Vibe Power makes you invincible. Use it to help you survive difficult rhythm riff section. Now go practice and stay hydrated. I will! It's a possible indication of something way more serious, but all tests for that have shown no sign of it. And something I have for a few years, just figured out I'll ask the new GP, as he's super nice and through, and that's how it was discovered. Oh, okay. Eevee tastes like Morty. Music, more like music. But I like Yipsik more. Oh, it turns up to 9. It is so far? Okay, good. Also, hi Sorrow. Welcome.
Want to test your metal, huh?
It's time to check out the intensity. Get ready for my advanced tutorial. And Blade Masters are lightning fast. Hi, sweet. Yeah, I mean, to those who doesn't know, the head pads, the boob, and also the chin scritch, I messed it up. so that's why they're not working right now. I was tweaking Firebot, but it's like, I messed up. Strike for any distance. Anticipate their movement and hit them 1 beat after they unsheath their sword. Alright, yeah, I remember this. Did they change the sound to be more... Yeah, it's more... It's so much more louder now, I love it. And they're moving a slight bit faster. Depends on the music. It wants to be funnier if it was faster since the animation is perfect. Yeah, like I mentioned, if it's too fast, it looks a little bit, like, distracting. Oh, blue blade masters are strong and need to be hit 2 times. Oh! Just a mystery. Bonnie wants to hold onto the copper. Either that or I'm somehow consuming too much, but I'm doing my best to limit it by even running the tap for a few seconds before filling water for drinking. Oh. The skulls explode into skeletons after you defeat them. Watch the direction of the skulls are facing. Oh, that's what it is! I was struggling so much with this. So they spawn the opposite direction of where they're facing? Heads up, different colored skulls have different behaviors. They move? How about the blue one? Oh, the blue one doesn't move, red one move, okay. It causes no pain or stress, only turns sweat blue as body leaks copper with sweat, which leads to me needing to replace sheets and stuff more often. Blue sweat sounds kinda cool though. But then again, it's probably very bad. Is there a penalty for hitting a note when there's nothing there? Yes, you miss the beat and you would lose your combo. A basic shield skeleton divides one beat into 2 hits. Armadillos are similar, but they divide one beat into 3 hits. So, oh, triplets, right? Triplets, okay. 3 times in 1 beat. 1, 2, 3, yeah, triplets. Dun, 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 dun. Hello? Sounds good, but no. When you like to wear white clothes. Oh yeah, that's fair. Skaters don't need clothes, I wear armor. You know... I'm gonna keep it to myself, it's okay. Blue armadillos are like yellow armadillos, but you only hit them the first 2 times, okay? I love triplets. Curio colored shirt. Isn't Curio kind of a red? Hi Cole. Oh my god, more Kobold friend. Hello. Really love that emote. Really love Celeste emote. So good. Hope you're doing good, Cole. Red armadillos are tricky. They are similar to yellow armadillos, but the middle hit is missing. You have to hit, then pause, then hit. Right, I think. You got him. And traps can affect monsters by moving them, by hiding them, or by making them faster. Flying monsters are unaffected by traps. Okay. Oh, they hide them. I like this one. Portals?
They might be monsters, but you're a beast!
I'm a beast! The rhythm riff training is now complete! Woo, what a workout. Call me a protein shake cause I'm way too impressed by your games. I cannot believe you actually have puns, coach. Zed. When you're ready for a new challenge, be sure to check out Remix Mode, daily challenges and modifiers. Keep playing to earn diamonds and unlock loads more content. Nice! If you want more content to flex on, visit our Steam workshop to check out what the mod community has been. There's mod community? There's modding in this game? Dude, this game's gonna pop off. And if you want to truly test your skills, check out the challenges in the extras menu. Get some reps in champ. Make me proud. Of course, coach. Alright, let's play some impossible tracks and cry. My favorite shirt so far, let's get away with it, as it comes with a slight blue stain, almost tie-dyed. Tie-dyed, but not quite. Just random blue patches. Alright, let's play impossible, because why not? Oh, there's no voice acting? It's strange. I'm actually starting to get used to this place. But I'm sure miss home. And the only lead I found for getting back getting back there happened at the spot. Okay, so here's the thing, right? When Cadence say this, does Cadence really miss home though? She is being cursed to only move with beat, or else she'll suffer somehow. You know, like the previous game. Because over here it looks like she doesn't need to move according to the beat. So I don't know.
Whoa!
Whoa! There it is again. This awful feeling in the pit of my stomach. I knew there was something going on in this part of town. Ugh. And it's getting stronger.
What?
Oh, hi! What was that? And who are you?
Hey!
Dot dot dot. Hey, wait, I'm talking to you. Chase him. Oh. Oh, story and then rhythm rift, okay. I see.
What the?
What is this? This looks like the portal that brought me to this world. Who are you?
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Oh. I still remember this, I think.
Awesome!
Help. Help. I still remember.
In the zone.
Shit. Oh my god.
Right on. Now we're talking.
How the fuck do I still remember?
Right on.
Oh my god.
Awesome.
Still got it?
On a roll.
Oh.
I'm on fire.
Oh my god, that part is so hard. I still don't get it. I can play this because I played the demo. That's why. So after I assume after Revenge is the new music, right? When the music comes in, when the new music comes in, I'm gonna cry again. This one is that I practiced for like days. Down key exists. I'm not used to pressing the down key though. The part is 3 down presses. Is it? Isn't it? This looks harder than Friday Night Funkin'. Is Friday Night Funkin' still a thing? Holy shit. They did such a good job with the remix of Creep's name. Yeah, it's so good. This game does look fun, but it's way too hard for me. I'm playing on impossible difficulty, that's why. There's 3 more. Yeah, there's 3 more difficulty. You're a rhythm gamer? A little bit. We still get rhythm games. VS shoot skeleton. All this time with the slimes. So it's not nah. I think it's like a very monotonous beat. I thought too much then. Where did those monsters come from? Whoever you are, I need answers. You should know that laugh by now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm the best. Bridging the gap. Alright, I'm fired up. I'm staking out this part of town until I figure out what's going on.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's Dove. It's the pacifist of the game. Oh dear, I can feel it building.
Oh no.
It's going to happen again soon.
Dove?
Dove? Is that you?
Cadence?
A Cadence? Oh my, Cadence! So you're here too. Yeah, I've been here for months. It's so good to see a familiar face. But I still don't have any idea why we're here. Do you know how we got here? It's good to see you too, Cadence. You're my oldest friend. Oldest? Poor Cadence. Well, you're not my oldest friend, but you're definitely my oldest friend. You know what I mean? I missed you, Dove. Well, I hope you're still happy to see me after I got this off my chest. I'm afraid all of this may have been my fault. You see, I was meditating back home, trying to find my center as one does, and I think I really found it this time. And right when I did, poof!
Whoa.
I was suddenly in this world. I found myself in front of something called a yoga class, wearing these boo-boo blueberry pants and doing a pose called Warrior 2. I was very confused to say the least, but somehow I got the hang of it, and now I really enjoy teaching yoga. I don't know if finding your center can open a portal to another world, Dove. What do you think happened then?
Well,
I was exploring a new dungeon in search of an artifact I heard rumors of. I was finding out some slimes as usual, but one of them was purple, which I never seen before. When I defeated it, it disintegrated into a cloud of magical dust, and then the portal opened. Well, whatever caused the portal, it happened, and it's bad, Cadence.
oh.
I've been calling it the Rift. Whenever it opens up, monsters come pouring out. Come? And something terrible happens to that part of town if the monsters make it through. So I've been trying to fight the monsters myself. Dove, aren't you the pacifist? So I've been trying, but you know how I feel about fighting. Boop cheek. Boop Eevee. Cool. What? What'd I do?
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's coming.
Come? It's coming. Why am I like this today? Fuck. Alright, here we go. Illusional.
Bring it on.
Oh, it's a different music. Oh, I'm dead. Let's go. I'm totally ready to watch you and send you good vibes.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, fuck.
groove. Hang in there.
Oh my god. No way.
Can't give up.
Do I do this on impossible? Why the fuck not? Let's practice.
3, 2, 1,
Yes.
fight.
Thanks.
All right. In the zone. Doing great.
Okay. What the fuck is... Okay.
Yes. Wonderful. Awesome.
Oh my god, what was that? Okay, I think I know what that is. I cannot bat, man.
Now we're talking. Deep breath. I won't give up.
Oh,
Cadence, no.
oh, I was so close. Okay, this is possible. Yes, I told you you would suffer, and you said hot. Did I say hot? No. I don't think I said hot to suffer. Alright, I got this, I got this. It is a little bit like... I don't know if you guys can hear me spamming the buttons now.
Move. Right on. Yay! On a roll. Doing great.
Keep going.
All right.
I cheated.
In the zone. Wonderful. Keep it up. All right. Now we're talking.
Okay. Third try.
Yay!
This looks like hell. It kinda is. Hi, E.T. Welcome, co-work friend. Actually, you did not cheat if it is part of the game. True. I heard myself about out again. Is it? Isn't it tomorrow? Is someone playing it now? No, no one's playing it. I knew you could do it. The spear streaming it on Twitch? Really? I got B, good enough.
Just getting started.
B is very good enough. On the impossible, I'll take it. Find your flow.
Wait.
Magic hamburger. Wait a minute, if you are here, maybe there are other people from our world here too. Have you found any of our friends? I did find someone, but he's not exactly a friend.
What?
Oh. Why is he here? Oh, you got to be kidding me, the Necrodancer? This is who you've been talking to?
How?
How is he even alive again?
Deep breath.
Cadence, please take some deep breaths and hear him out for me.
Fine.
He's so done with this world. Fine, you got 1 minute before I lose my cool, Necrodancer. Can you lose something you never heard? Dolph, I'm going to kill him. Now, you two. You think I'm happy to see you, you miserable rodent? With all the annoying thorns in my side. But it seems we're all in this together somehow. The last thing I remember is your insufferable grandmother Arya pushing me to the pit of my death. And then suddenly the rift opened up and I find myself here, in this world, and it's this dead-end job. Oh my god. I need this job to survive. It's humiliating. I want to escape this miserable existence as soon as possible. We both want to get home, and we have a better chance if we work together to figure this out. Listen, I can't leave this job. I'm doing everything I can to just make ends meet. Poor Necrodancer though! If you agree to help me by gathering information about what is going on, I'll tell you where you can find your other friends.
Really?
You expect me to believe all of this? You have nothing to do with the monsters pouring out through the rift?
No chance.
And you want to help? Not a chance. Come on though, we're leaving. I cannot blame Cadence though. Right, I really cannot blame Cadence for this behavior. Look at what the Necrodancer did in Crypt of the Necrodancer. Right? Cadence's whole family got cursed to death. Or undeath, I don't know. It's fucked up. So I get it. But Cadence, why we really need his help to get back home? Talking to him has got to be our very last resort. There's no way he can be trusted. Okay, but what are our other options? You said yourself that you were searching for a lead for months before this. Hell no. I'm so mad that I blacked out for most of that encounter. Did he say more? Did he say that more of our friends are here? I'm too wrought up to think clearly.
Cadence?
Cadence, have you tried yoga before? I really think it could help you clear your mind. Never heard of it, but if you think it'll help. Oh, Cadence doing yoga? A mini game? Hell yeah, mini game. Oh, that's so cute. Welcome to your first yoga session. Watch Dove closely, she will indicate which button to press. Left, right, up or down. Then watch your fellow students, they will indicate when it's time to press that button. Oh, okay. Now try to make correctly 3 times. the sound. Great work! Now it's time to stretch your wings and show Dove what you can do. Cute.
3 and a 2 and a 1, let's go! Double time!
Okay.
Double time! Double time!
What is that dog noise?
Double time! Try to keep up now!
Oh. Oh, thank goodness. That was really hard. And we take those, It's not bad. This is really cute though.
One more try.
One more try. Downward dog position. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's funny. I like it. Visualize yourself. Another impossible? No, I'm so committed to doing the impossible levels, okay? I'm doing it. I'm gonna regret this so much. Here we go. Whoa, another rift? Already? And happening more frequently now?
You're right.
I think you're right.
3, 2, 1, let's rock!
This is really hard. Okay.
Keep it together!
This is really hard. This is so hard. Let's try again.
3, 2, 1, let's go! Yay!
Okay. Is it double? double.
I know you won't give up.
Oh, this is so
Time for
fucked
a
up.
rematch.
This is so fucked up. Oh shit.
3, 2, 1, go!
I got this, I got this.
Right on.
Doing great.
Oh, no up there. No up.
Yes.
Oh no. Oh. Hey Nexus.
Wow.
Come on, Cadence. Okay.
Wait a minute.
gotta figure
What was
this
that? So ding, 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 ding. So it's up, right, up, right, up, right, right. What the fuck? Ta 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 ta, right? I hope you're doing good, Nexus. That was wild.
3, 2, 1, bring it on!
I'm gonna practice this one. I'm so committed to this.
Wonderful.
No up.
On a roll!
Keep it up.
Awesome!
Okay.
Yes. Yay!
On a roll! Now we're talking.
Brother. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Nope. 1, 2.
Oh goodness.
Not good. I'll win next time.
Oh no, that's not even close. But I think I kind of got the the feeling of this music now. I got this. I think about 2 or 3 more tries, I can do it. You can this again later if you like. Want to skip now? No!
3, 2,
No,
1,
of
let's
course
go.
not. Oh, thanks for the pick. Thank you, Nexus. Oh yeah, also the pet boop and chin scratch doesn't work. I messed up the fireball settings.
Doing great.
All right.
Wonderful.
Oh, I see.
Right on. In the zone.
One. One. One.
Yay! Okay, okay.
I'm using the rift thing.
I'm on fire.
I know you won't give up.
Come on, Cadence.
I cannot do the zombies. I cannot do the zombie. Oh, they changed to 1/3 or 1/3 beat towards the end. Oh, I didn't expect that. But now that I know what to expect, I think I got this.
3, 2,
Just a
1,
few more
go.
tries, I believe. I need to pause this one. I cannot hear the music. Oh, I haven't heard the barcode music in a while. Wait. Oh. Ding. Hi Evans and hi Evie. Sorry, what? Sorry, my brain just stopped working for a bit. What do I mean, hi Evie? Why are combos so adorable? I mean, look at it. I just think combos are
I
inherently
don't
cute.
care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm glad I didn't mess that one up. But let's retry.
3, 2, 1, let's rock.
I got this.
Wow!
In the zone.
Okay.
Doing great! Wonderful!
All right.
Yay!
Awesome.
That's really bad.
Yes!
On a roll.
Okay, so boom.
Right on.
I'm cheating. I don't care.
Keep it up!
Okay. Just like that. Okay. Totally a link. Kobo EXE is still working. A Kobo.exe. A link time adventure. Cannon's up to this old tricks again. Something about some safe princess. Maybe we're saving Kobo this time. Saving Kobo in Kobo.exe? Ooh, yikes. How many times was that? 5, 6? I think 6 times? I think that's pretty impressive. Good enough. Half Moon Full Sand.
Okay,
It is cute. Like, these days I've been lurking at so many channels before I sleep. So many kobolds and dragons, I'm so happy. Hey, did the commuters during rush hour traffic always look this lifeless?
Why, yes!
Yeah, they do look like zombies now they mention it. Well, the commuters always look like zombies, but now they look like zombies, you know? You said zombies too many times, the word has lost all meaning. Hey! But seriously, with the rift opening more and more frequently, we haven't been able to keep up. Maybe that's what's affecting people?
There you are!
Who are you? there you are, Dove. I've been looking over for you.
Oh,
Oh, hi, Harmony. Gonna do the Kobo rounds? Like I'm doing it here.
who's this?
And who is this? Is she the reason you've been impossible to get a hold of lately?
Well,
Harmony, I've been canceling your classes, not posting on social media, I know. And your follower count has been dropping.
Hey!
Hey, cut some slack. We've been dealing with a major problem. Oh yeah, Harmony looks like a major dick. If you're the ones taking out Golf's valuable time, then from my perspective, the only major problem around here is you. Whoever you are. My name is Cadence. I'm getting some seriously bad vibes from this dunce. Dove, you should really consider weeding out any bad influences. Like you, asshat.
you know.
It's bad for your serenity, you know? Your skin too.
Toodles!
I'm gonna run, but I'll see you in class, Dove. Toodles. The music just go batshit insane for a bit, you hear that? That was cool. Spook House Pop? Oh, so chapter 1 is all about Dove then. I just realized I actually have the rainbow badge now. Yay! I should change the sub badge as well. Keep the color code, but change the antlers to gems maybe? I mean, I like gems. Oh, Nexus, I know this is out of nowhere and I should be sorry for that, but do you have any idea? Because in Firebot, I cannot make... I think it's better if I show you. Wait, give me a second. Just now when I was explaining what happened to me between Firebot, I just kind of want to ask for a bit. I'm sorry if this like so sudden. My bad. I have the channel rewards here, right? And I cannot make them play on the proper scene that I want to play. Let's see. I have two. Shit, how do I explain this? I'm just gonna show you my conditions here. Oh, like not only you, but the entire chat, I would say. I'm sorry, this is weird, but I have two different effects here. Right? I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, by the way. Let's say I have two different chin scratches, right? I have the one on... These are all 2D models for now, but two different ones. Like this is the zoom camera one, like the big one, and then this is the scene one, right? I have two different ones, but I cannot make them play on the scene I want to play. And now I have this condition, right? I have this OBS scene name. Like if the OBS scene name is, well, scene, which is this one, right? It will run the small one, right? It will run like the one that should run in this one. Otherwise, it will run the one with the other one. So it's like, maybe there's another way to do it. I don't know. Because that one doesn't really work, see? It still plays that. Wait, what if I... Sorry, give me a second. Because the if is scene, how about is... How about contains? How about contains $$ scene? Nah. You can set multiple scenes in the settings. Oh! Oh, there's a TTS? Oh, okay. Then I'll keep that in mind. I'm not gonna do it on here though. Alright, I'll look into this tonight after the stream. Of course, definitely 100%. And sorry about this sudden change. Alright, here we go. Thank you, Nexus. I'll look into it more tonight. Spook House Pop. Let's play this one.
Oh.
I always feel so drained after I see her. I can see why, but let's try to focus on what we need to do.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Now we're talking.
Doing great!
Oh my god, this is crazy.
Keep it together!
Okay. This requires a lot of practice. Okay. So for the long notes, I actually need two hands for this, I think.
I'm on fire!
Wow!
Okay.
All right!
Deep breath. Lovely.
Keep it together. Ugh.
Steady. Wonderful.
Awesome!
Oh, goodness.
My god.
I know I can do it.
So what I do is I send it to a specific canvas for the book pad and I rescale it for every scene that uses it. Oh, so it's not really the run the preset list like I did. It's a different method of doing it. I'll look into it. The specific canvas seems very handy. That's so
3, 2,
smart.
1, move!
Dragon smart.
In the zone. Right on.
Hang in there.
Gotta focus.
You got this. Keep it up.
up.
Okay.
On a roll. I'm on fire.
Doing great!
My brain doesn't work like that.
Right on. Not good.
Oh,
one more
I think I was so close. I think I was so close. That is really hard. With the yellow attracts state power, it's possible you can miss every note and still be fine. Yes, but it's just no score. You can enable multiple canvases in the settings, but I would need to check where it is. That's Starling. Hi Nick. Oh my god, more Kobold friend? Hello. Hope you're doing good. I was so close to winning too. Alright, let's try again. I can sort of find the
In the zone. Awesome.
Wonderful!
Now we're talking. All right.
one too many.
Doing great!
Awesome.
That's not fun.
Now we're talking.
Okay, I cheated towards the end, but it works.
All done.
I cheated. I should have lost that one, honestly. But hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh, man. Have a good luck, Nexus. The thing's moving around messes with me. Who, what, where? I'm scared. Hi, Zeus-Pop. Heading to work, so I'll catch you around here. Of course. Good luck with work. Good luck with work, Itty. You got this? Thank you. I got it. Another one down. Easy. That was not easy at all. But this is really fun though.
Just warming up.
Immediately another one. Let's go. My stream froze for like 2 minutes. That's kind of scary. Omenon. Omenon. Omenon.
3, 2, 1, let's rock.
Slower.
I'm on fire.
Oh my god. Hello, what was
I
that?
believe in you.
I got messed up.
3, 2, 1, let's go. Right on.
Oh. Oh, okay.
In the zone.
Oh.
Oh, goodness.
That's more like it.
Oh.
Come on, haters.
I know you won't give up.
I got knocked out. I got knocked out. That was way too difficult. This is really hard. So do they just move around randomly? No. Every single enemy has a pattern to it. The bats will move according to where they're facing. Yellow bats will move in a straight line to where they're facing. Red bats will move 3 times back and forth. Right? And that alone is already like so confusing when there's so many together.
3, 2, 1, bring it on.
Yay!
All right.
Okay.
Now we're talking.
Okay, yeah, I'm slowly getting to it. This one might be the hardest one today.
3, 2, 1, go!
Keep it up!
I'm on fire!
Keep it together!
I won't give up!
There's so many off beats, man. Crazy. Well, it's not off beat, man. It's like oof. No.
3, 2, 1, let's rock!
Wow!
Awesome! Right on!
Oh, okay.
Come on, Cadence! Phew.
Okay.
Slime!
Come on, Cadence!
I missed out
One
the
more
green
try.
slime. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe I missed out the green slime.
3, 2, 1,
I
bring
saw
it
that
on.
too. I saw that.
Yay! Wonderful!
On a roll!
Slow.
Not good. That's better.
Oh, goodness!
Slime! Ah! In the middle!
And try again.
Middle. I always mess up the middle one.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
I got this.
Yes!
Awesome!
Ah, middle.
I almost had it.
It's so difficult, this one. Oh my god. I didn't think I liked the least is how some of them randomly steps forward in half beats. Well, they all have like the rhythm to it. I think
2, 1, bring it on.
I think it's really crazy. A lot of that happens like in Impossible, which is understandable.
In the zone.
I don't know why I'm playing Impossible, but I
Doing great.
oh, I missed the yellow band. Okay, I'm trying to play as accurate as possible to learn instead of just spamming. I mean, if I spam too much, it will be
3,
like,
2, 1, let's rock.
you know, I'll get locked out if I spam too much.
Now we're talking.
Keep it up.
All right.
Middle.
Not good.
Hang in there.
Okay. That just reminded me of a time I was playing Guitar Hero in the arcade and some guy saw me messing around. He was like, let me try again do it. And he just lost $2 song in like 10 seconds. It's always like this, right? I mean, I'm guilty of it too, right? Back then when I was a kid, or like when I was in middle school, I was pretty confident in my rhythm game skills because I played so much Osu back then. And then yeah, in the arcade there was like this new guitar thing. I don't think it's a Guitar Hero, but it's something bootleg. I don't know what it is. They were playing True Fire and Flames, right? Because you know they're really good. They couldn't get past it. I was like, let me try. I think I can do it. And then I lost immediately at like you know the starting section, and then I immediately lost it. I was like, yeah, no, I think there's something. I think on that point I got humbled. And I was like, yeah, there's always something better and someone better than you in anything that you
3, 2,
do.
1, go.
What a way to get humbled.
Wonderful.
give up. Right.
Deep breath.
And they're throwing zombies too. I used to play Guitar Hero in like 2009 and I play in arcades when I see it. Honestly, I love playing. I mean, I've been playing Clone Hero a lot with my keyboard these days. I really love it. But back then, after I get humbled, I was like, no, I'm so scared of touching that game anymore. But if I see it now, I would definitely play it because I love playing guitar, to be honest, but I don't want to play a real guitar because it's so difficult. I was playing Cliffs of Dover in Expert. Oh, you mean the Guitar Hero music? In Guitar Hero, I usually just play Dragon Force's music because dragons very nice, and also Dragon Force is pretty cool.
1, let's rock. Awesome.
Yay!
Oops.
Yes!
Hey, one too many.
Right on.
One too less.
On a roll.
Doing great!
Keep it together.
I spam too much? I spam too much? I say with some of the skill, but Guitar Hero needs some muscle practice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, a lot. It's not just knowing because your fingers can get super tired super fast. Very. I mean, I recently, well, not recently, I've been playing a Clone Hero for the past few months more, right? It's fun, I like it, but it is super tiring playing it in a long time, or like for a long period of time playing it. King Pine Martin? Sorry, I cannot read today. Isn't Pine Martin like the cute little noodle? What is up? Good luck on the impossible attempts. Thank you. I'll try my best. Also, hi. I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing well too. Boop. Girl. Boop. The bloop doesn't work. Well, I don't have a boop command as well. Welcome. Hope you're doing good.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Let's go. I know. What am I doing? It happens.
Now we're talking.
Fine.
Wonderful!
Ooh. Hey.
Wow!
Oh, middle.
I believe in you.
I'm doing really good, doing some hard mode and remix mode attempts tonight. Nice! I just started playing this game today. Also, I've been playing for OBS says 2 hours. About. This Dirk's too poop cute cobbles. I'll take it. And I like Dirk. Very nice, thank you. No!
3, 2, 1, bring it on!
Doing great.
Awesome!
Sweet.
All right!
Wonderful.
In the zone!
I know you won't give up.
Gotta focus.
Oh, that was really hard. Oh my god. You just pick up the game and already doing that good on impossible mode is crazy. I did play on demo for shit. How long have I played the demo? Rift. It's not level editor. Oh, I uninstalled it. Shit. I think for demo I played 8 hours, about 8 or 9, if I remember correctly. I mean, that one really helped a lot. Across the demo and main game, I have almost 40 hours and I can't even get close to carrying an impossible chart. Yeah, you can keep practicing. If not, also don't stress yourself. Don't stress yourself. It'll feel
3,
like
2, 1,
it'll
let's
feel
rock.
like working, and I don't like it.
On a roll!
I guess me playing other rhythm games help a lot as well. Oh. Oh, I got the sequence wrong.
Right on!
Wow.
Wow.
I keep pressing too much.
I'm on fire!
Doing great.
I don't understand that part. When the zombie comes in, my brain shuts down. That one is really difficult. Okay, just keep retrying. I think I want to do practice mode, but at the same time, my
3, 2,
my
1,
first
let's go.
my first part is not even like stable yet. What?
Now we're talking.
Yes!
Eh. Wait, okay. I cannot see, but whoever you are, thank you.
On a roll.
Wonderful!
Hey.
Awesome. I won't give up.
Good, good. Oh, goodness!
I cannot do that part. Okay, okay. 2, 3, 4. Let's start. I think I'll start from 2, 2, 2 or something.
3, 2, 1, go.
Sorry, can I not choose where I... Yeah. Wait. Then wasn't I able to like choose where I start from? Do I have to use mouse for this? No, I cannot even move my mouse. Oh, King Pie Martin, thank you. Appreciate, thank you. Can I choose where I start from? Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's say we start from... I keep messing out at 2, 3, 4, right? Let's stop at 260. I don't know what this is. Alright, where is 100? What is this?
In the zone.
That's 110%!
Oh.
That's how it's done!
Zombies sound different, right? Oh. Okay, we don't start from 100, right? We start from 150? I just want a little bit of a short area. Do you play other rhythm games? I'm used to mainly play Osu and in middle school, I used to excel at Audition online, High Street 5, and Auto Gym. And then, I mean, on Steam, I do play a little bit of rhythm games. The one that I really like was Rhythm Sprout. Funny one. But other than that, and Clone Hero too lately. Yeah, these are the rhythm games that I play. Also, hi Dan. I'm gonna drink. I don't know if it helps, but I used to learn a lot of piano and erhu. Not to flex, but
Right on.
Ah, yes! Impressive!
On a roll.
no. Let's try a few more times. I think I'm slowly getting the beat on that one.
Awesome.
Looking swole!
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, one more time. I think I almost got it.
That's how it's done!
That one I can cheat. I'm not trying to get high score for now, but that one I can cheat. Okay, let's try. Let's see if we can get past that part. No, no practice mode. Oh. G game? Oh. Game? Game, please? Game? Yep. What happened? You gave me 3 with 2, 1 go. Alright, it's okay. Let me just close this one real quick. Hiya. There we go. 11, 9, 119 minutes more like. Yeah, I got this. That one, I feel like I should be able to go past that one. It shouldn't be too hard, I feel like. Oh, it counts as pass. Nice. Right. Let's keep trying.
3, 2, 1, let's go! In the zone.
Hey.
Yay!
On a roll.
Okay, okay. Good, good. Not good.
Oh, it's Don't press two at the same time. Can't believe I still missed that one.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! I'm on fire! Bring on!
Doing great.
All right!
Deep breath.
Wait, is that not it?
I believe in you.
That's more than half. Making progress, albeit a very slow one. I'll take it.
3, 2, 1, bring talking.
That one is so confusing. Which it shouldn't, to be honest.
I'm on fire.
Yay!
In the zone.
Oh, goodness!
Keep it together. Let's go. Time for a rematch.
That one is not too hard. That one is not too hard to get. For the fast beats, it's not too hard to get. Chicken nugget. I want some chicken nugget. That sounds so good right
3,
now.
2,
Gosh.
1, go.
Gosh.
Doing great!
You can do it. Thank you. I'm gonna try my best.
Awesome.
Eh.
On a roll.
Yes!
Ooh. Did I press too much? I might have.
Right on. All right.
I know you won't give up!
Oh, you put it. I messed up. I miscalculated by one. I pressed one less time. Do you like JRPG? What's a JRPG? The dance. the dance? You can't put this up again. No,
3, 2,
I got
1,
this.
let's
I feel
go.
like I can win. Like, I just need to go through that part. Oh, what? Sorry. One game is Japanese role-playing game, is what I meant to say.
Now we're talking.
Oh. Oh, what's the game like? Oh, how they play? I'm not too sure what JRPG plays.
On a roll.
Oi, I pressed so much again.
Doing great. Keep it together. Deep breaths. Keep it up. Hang in there.
I won't give up.
Steady.
In the zone.
Okay, okay.
Oh, you were slime.
Get up and try again.
JRPG is like Final Fantasy series. Ooh, I never played a Final Fantasy before. I played a few hours of Final Fantasy 14 and that's pretty much it, I think. And a little bit of Final Fantasy 13 too, because that's the game that my sister bought for me back then. But I don't know what I was doing. I guess that's a... There's a game called
Three, two, one, bring it on.
Alterium Shift in Early Access. I'll look into it after.
Awesome.
Wonderful.
I'm on fire.
Wow. Keep it up.
Right on.
Yes. Doing great. Wonderful.
Come on, Cadence. Now we're talking.
Oh, goodness.
Oi!
I'll win next time.
Oi! The half beat delay on that messed me up. May not make. In early access may not make you like it? Question mark. I mean, I don't know about. I don't know about like genres of game, but I'm a very simple kobold, I would say.
3,
If
2,
there's a
1,
game
let's
that
rock.
allows me to play as a kobold, dragon, reptilians in general, it's a win in my book.
I'm on fire.
Also, hi, Malicious McPlay. Welcome.
Right.
Oops.
Awesome.
Doing great! Wow!
On a roll.
Deep breath.
In the zone. Okay, gotta figure this out.
Okay. Okay. Don't spam too much. Alright? If I spam, calm down, right? Calm down. It's fine. It's a lot of notes. I don't need to spam though. they're not that fast, right? I need to calm myself down. They're not that
3,
fast. It's
2,
okay.
1, let's go.
Alright, here we go.
All right.
Wonderful! Keep it up!
I missed the
I
apple.
know you won't give up. Come
Oh.
on, Cadence. One more try.
Ooh. I need to get that part down. So we start from. Oh god, wait. Practice mode is kind of scary. Huh?
3, 2, 1, go!
Let's hope the game doesn't crash anymore, okay? So I'm gonna start from 150 towards the end. No, towards 350. No, 400. Right? Because I always messed up at around 3 something, I think. Let's try. Also, I'm committed to like going through all the impossible difficulty.
I'm on fire!
That's 110%!
Right on! On a roll!
Razzie! Hello. Oh my god, hi, fear the Walking Dead? I'm scared of the Walking Dead. They shouldn't be alive, right? It's Baldur's Gate 3! How was Baldur's Gate 3? Hello, thanks for the raid. I hope Baldur's Gate 3 is fun. I never really finished the game because my PC will explode if I play the game. I'm sick, hence that message. No, I don't want... No, you're not the Walking Dead. No, speedy recovery, Razzie. Also, thanks for the raid again. Having a lot of fun with it. Nice, good to know. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And sometimes I do art. Sometimes I do art. Hope you are doing good. Thanks for raid again, Razim. If you need... I mean, I feel like you need post-stream care, definitely. Considering that you're sick. You know, get some rest, get some food, get some drinks. You know. Yeah. Get that post-stream care, very important. I'm here trying to beat impossible mode. I don't know why, but I'm doing it. And I'm having a practice right now. I'm practicing, trying to get past this music. I've been here for like an hour, I think. Yeah, been trying. So you ran and run, but I ran out of energy, need to go save care. Of course, of course. There's no need to be sorry. Go take care of yourself. Thanks again. Have a good one. I will. Thank you. Try again.
Awesome!
Oh.
zone. Now we're talking.
Okay, the last part is free.
Just like how we do it back home.
Okay, the last part is free. The last part is free. I just need to get through that tough part, and the last part should be fine. Let's keep trying. One more time.
Awesome.
That's how it's done.
I'm on fire.
They might be monsters, but you're a beast.
All right.
Just like how we do it back home.
Ooh, yeah, it's really difficult. And let's start from 160 until about like 370. One more time. It is just that part. I just realized it is just that part.
In the zone.
That's how it's done.
Oh, I see.
Impressive.
Right on.
Now that's 110%.
Yeah, this part's the same. Oh, I feel like I still lost that one. One more time. And then we're gonna go try again.
Looking swole.
Yeah.
On a roll.
Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, okay.
That's how it's done!
All right. I'm on fire.
Ah, yes! Impressive!
Okay, I might got it. Let's try again. Let's try again. Do I quit stage? Hi, Dimond. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Hi.
3, 2, 1, bring it on.
Here we go.
Now we're talking.
Yes!
Awesome.
Doing great!
I messed up. Hey.
Right on. Keep it together.
Lovely! Wonderful! Keep it together!
Back in the groove.
Doing great! Okay, okay!
Come on, Cadence. Keep it together.
Cadence, no!
I thought I practiced enough. Although, to be honest, I made a lot of mistakes at this time.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Milky cow. Hi. I got this.
In the zone.
A code for good luck. I'll take it.
Wow!
Hey. I'll keep it together.
Keep it up!
Now we're talking.
Oh, okay.
Lovely.
Lovely.
Yes!
All right.
Yay!
great.
Deep breath. I know you won't give up.
You
I know I can do it.
you did the part again. You did the part again. You. Oh god, I was so close too. Dang it.
I know
I know
you
you
can
can
do
do
it.
it.
2, 1, bring it on.
I know I got this. I'm gonna try my best. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm on fire.
Kobold is on fire. Which is probably not a good thing, but hey.
On a roll.
Press too much.
Wow.
I'm on fire.
Keep it up.
Now we're talking.
Doing great.
Right on.
Will the owner of a white Chevy Impala please move your car? You're blocking the exit to the venue. Oh, I mean, really great.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
Yay!
I won't give up.
I messed up.
That's more like it. All right.
Hang in there.
Okay.
Great job.
Oh, this is really difficult. But we did it. Hope for inspiration. Are you fully fishing with salami? Oh yeah, I was playing monk and I love the salami because it's so good. Will the owner of the white Chevy Impala please move your car? You are blocking an exit to the venue. I'm doing great. Congratulations. Tada emoji, tada emoji, tada emoji. Tada. Great job, Cadence.
Yep.
Solving problems with combat, my specialty. With combat, what's the combat? You know what it is? Oh, this one is really hard.
Again.
Alright, we good. Let's continue. Yoga poser?
Wow.
Wow. What a yoga class that was.
Oh.
Oh, that's kind of you. I'm going to enjoy my class, Harmony. I didn't mean that in a good way, silly. That class was a total disaster. Did you even take time to prepare? Well, maybe you're slipping. Or maybe you're just spending too much time with that interloper. I need to tidy up before the next class, Harmony. I'll see you later.
Oh.
Ew, Harmony is such a stuck-up. Oh, it's you. I'm looking for Dove. Have you seen her?
Listen up.
Oh. Listen up, Buttercup. You need to back off and stop fighting the
Her
rift
face
if you
is
don't want
crying
Dove
out
to
for
get...
someone to throw a drink at it.
Her face is crying out for someone to throw a drink at her. Yeah, I know, right?
What?
What? Who are you? You're working with the rift? Took you long enough, dum-dum. Oh shit! Morning though. Well, it's our first boss fight, I think. Where's Dove? If you hurt her, I swear I'll... I think you should be more worried about yourself right now.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh shit. Ooh.
In the zone.
Oh.
Awesome.
Oh my god.
Not good. I'm not done yet. Now we're talking.
Oh my god, I
Just
cannot...
one more shot.
I cannot react to that. It's so fast. When I grow up, I wanna be a boss fight. It sounds like dragon behavior. And I like dragons.
3, 2, 1, come on!
Alright, here we go.
On a roll.
Can I cheat like this? Will it lock me out? Yep, I got locked out.
Right on.
Oh.
All right. How about a
Holy!
do-over?
Holy! I mean, I think I think I could cheat this one. If I just want to get past the stage and not go for a high score. If I don't press too much, I probably wouldn't get locked out.
3, 2, 1, fight!
Let's try.
I'm on fire! In the zone.
Oh, thank you. I heard that, but I was a little bit busy. Just a little bit.
Gotta focus. That's better. Right on. On a roll. Oh, good.
I'm sorry, I'm cheating.
Now we're talking.
Well, I'm not cheating. It's all three notes. Yeah, see?
Keep it together.
Ooh.
I can't give up.
Okay, that part is really hard. That part I actually have to learn. I cannot just cheat. Giman, thank you for the follow. I'm a cuss kitty. It's a cat in me that wants to see the world burn, and a cow in me that becomes hamburgers. Oh, oh, it's a cow kitty. Very unique. I like it. And quote to help me win. I feel proud for dancing on dead bodies. I don't know how I feel about that. That one's very long. It's 2021. It's a long time ago. Okay, I can actually cheat my way to victory for this one until the
3, 2,
end.
1, move. Awesome.
Eh.
I'm on fire.
Sorry, game, I'm chin.
On a roll. In the zone. Come on, Cadence. Now we're talking. I won't give up. Okay. Keep it together.
Oi!
I almost had it.
I almost had it. It's true. I almost had it. Yeah, I can make this one a lot easier if I just cheat. I mean, I've been cheating, so it's it's a lot easier than the
3, 2,
previous
1,
music,
fight!
to be honest.
I'm on fire. On a roll. Awesome.
I feel so dirty
Right on.
doing this cheat.
All right.
I got scared.
In the zone.
Oh,
Let's try that again.
no. No. Okay, I need to focus. Last part. Two skeletons with double time. So I need to focus my brain on those skeletons and press. That's it. All right. The rest I can just press on beat. So 2 skeletons with shield. Follow that. Should be fine. Should be fine. Right? Should be fine. It's not that hard. I got this.
3, 2, 1, go! Now we're talking. Awesome!
Hey.
Right on!
Ooh, I cheated to victory. Let's go.
Had enough?
I cheated my way to victory. Let's go. Very, very nice. Ichi. Impossible fourth try? I'll take it. Had enough? Now tell me where Dove is. Dang, I'm too good. I'm too good at cheating.
Just getting started.
3 diamonds, let's go. A difficult position? Wait, that's not a boss battle? Oh shit.
I warned ya.
I told you to mind your own business. Oh, now look what you made me do. Oh
Dove.
shit. Dove? Dove, can you hear me?
You're next.
Turn back now or you're next.
Guess again.
You think I'll turn away to leave my friend like that? I'll take you out too, if I have to.
Try me.
Try me? Sick. First boss. Oh, how hard can this be? Whoa! You're about to attempt a hard boss battle. They are very challenging because they don't display indicators the way the easier boss battles do. Oh no, what is this? Whoa! Wait, this is Osu? If you have trouble, be sure to go back and play the easier battle to learn the boss's attack patterns. Then come back and try the hard version again. And you just kick me back out? Oh, okay.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
What am I doing?
No. What was that? My bad.
Do I have to press?
Can't give it up.
I have to dodge it? Question mark?
Enjoying the show? Give it up. No chance.
That all you got?
Am I too early on that?
Getting tired?
Oh, I can dodge.
That all you got?
Nope, still got hit. It's punch out? What's a punch out? Okay, wait. I think I need to play the easier difficulty just to see what it is, okay? I need the pattern to know what I'm doing. And then we'll attempt the impossible again after this one. It's time to face the music. This is Harmony's boss battle. Purple indicators mean that Harmony is going to attack. Wait for the circle to contract, then tap to indicate the direction to dodge. So I was doing the right thing, but the wrong direction, I think? Yellow indicators signify your opportunity to counter-attack. Tap the indicated direction to deal damage to Harmony and stun her. Try hitting 5 indicators correctly. The yellow starburst indicator means that Harmony is done. Just follow the music and tap up, left or right to attack her. Okay, so it's like a combo. Try stunning Harmony and then attack her 3 times. Now go show Harmony who's boss. Okay, I got this.
3, 2, 1, let's rock!
Opposite direction. Okay, opposite direction.
Now I'm mad! Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you. Not today.
I don't need to anticipate.
How dare you?
Oh. Opposite direction. That's a 50-50 though. This is not. Oh, okay. I think I see it. The second. Okay. It's time to suffer and learn the hard way.
And that's how it's done.
It's time to learn the hard way. You win, but you don't know what you're up against. I tried fighting too once.
Oh, spare me.
Spare me the sob story. Just tell me who or what we're fighting.
I can't.
I can't.
We're done.
Then we're done here. Stay out of my way. Hef and Merlin unlocked? Okay. Time to learn. Ooh, okay.
Three, two, one,
Opposite
bring it
direction.
on. Hey,
Oops.
I'll show you.
I think not.
Shit. Opposite direction.
My head. You will. Go away. Nope.
How do I dodge this again? Okay. Oh, I think. Oh, I see.
Don't try it. You serious?
Hey, okay.
Amateur. Now just give it up.
Oh. Oh, they changed. Okay. It's so different than the medium one. They have something new. There's something new. Oh, this is fun though. It's like a lot of mini games in one game.
Two, one, go.
Oops. Oh, same direction.
I'm not done yet. Fuck off.
Fair enough.
How dare you?
This one is really hard. I have to dodge the same direction as now. Is it not? Okay, no. I'm thinking too much. What?
You should have listened. No, stuff is mine.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Not a chance.
Okay, so the last part is to dodge the same direction? Got it. When she hides her face with a wing she fakes.
3, 2, 1, bring it on!
Sorry.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Hey. What? You little. Go away.
Go away.
Oh, you. Now I'm mad. Don't try.
Shit. No. Same direction?
Serious?
Okay. Messed up.
Amateur.
Something's different.
Stay down. Oh no, oh no.
Okay. Not the cleanest win, but we take it. Oh my god.
Bummer.
Oh, it's so bad. I'll take it. Good enough. Let's continue.
Ugh.
Oh, spare me. We're done.
Can't.
Alright, the blacksmith, the witch. New characters? Ugh. Dove, why are we here again? The rifts are happening more frequently now. Cadence, we're losing this fight. We need help.
Him?
Sure, but from him? You think I'm enjoying this? I hate your guts too, you insufferable worm. But as distasteful as it is, we need to work together to get out of the situation. I'll tell you where your friends are if you shut up long enough to hear it. A few hours later. Heth. It's around here somewhere.
Hef!
Heth! It's you!
Oh no.
Any minute now, it's so close. What happened?
Hef!
F, snap out of it. It's me, Cadence. I can do it. I can do it. I don't want to do it, but I can do it. What's happening? F's mess? Oh no, what's happening? Hi, Snowwolf.
Cadence?
Cadence, what are you doing here? I was trying to tell you, but
No time.
no time. Here they come.
3,
Okay.
2, 1,
Oh
move!
shit.
Keep it together.
I hate the zombies. I hate the zombies.
Can't be it.
I hate the zombies. I hate the zombies. Help. Fine. Okay. Learn.
3, 2, 1, fight!
Jesus, it's so fast. There's no time to react to anything. Holy shit. Okay. Woo. Memorize the zombie. Memorize where the zombies
3,
are.
2, 1, come on.
This one is all up, so it's fine.
You got this. Come on, Cadence.
Now we're talking.
It's not over, is it?
Yes, it is.
3, 2, 1, go.
That's the stuff.
On a roll.
Inspirational. Oh boy.
Not good. No way.
Yeah, I cannot react to anything. I have to memorize them. This is a tough one. No. I got
2,
this.
1, fight. In the zone. I won't give up. Time for a
No
rematch.
way. Oh, this was really hard. Nope.
3, 2, 1, come on.
I got this.
Awesome. Come on, Cadence.
I think my left hand is better at offbeat.
3, 2, 1, move. Right on.
Yeah, keep it going.
Now we're talking.
Alright, I don't want to think with zombies. This is head hurting. I don't want to think. I don't want to look at them.
Keep it together.
Inspirational. Second win? Look at that.
Not good.
Oi! The zombies, man, the zombies. It really is just the zombies.
3, 2, 1, come on! I'm on fire!
You got this!
Awesome!
That's the stuff! Oh no!
One health.
Easy does it.
Back in the groove!
Oh boy.
Oh yeah,
How
bat.
about a do-over?
Bat. Doot, doot, doot. It goes like doot, doot, doot. It just slide, right? Just slide. I'm just gonna cheat when it comes to zombies. I'm not trying to go for a high score anyway, unless I'm playing
3,
off stream.
2, 1, go!
What? Legs.
You can do eat Kobo Tylra Tylra Pet.
So many head hits. Thank you, legs.
Come on, Cadence!
My brain doesn't. My brain suddenly doesn't work. Oh, we are doing good, legs. Thank you for 26 months. Oh my god. Thank you.
Yeah, keep it going!
I won't give up!
I messed up. I really need to keep the beat with this one. If not, it will like
3,
all
2,
messed
1,
up.
go!
It's too fast.
On a roll!
You got this!
Alright!
Inspirational!
Wait, slime.
Okay, gotta figure this out.
There's not a lot of heal in this map. I really need to play better on this one. It's really hard though. It's really hard though. Oh my god. If I have more time to react to things, it'll be a lot easier. Getting close? Yeah. I got this. I think a few more tries I should be able to do it. When I see zombies, I'm just pressing all three because I don't think.
You got this.
Right on.
That's the stuff.
Oh, down doesn't work. Okay, my bad. So this cheat only works if I'm pressing 3 buttons at the same time. But if you press down, it just doesn't count.
Second win.
Yeah,
I almost had it.
yeah, don't press down. No.
3, 2, 1, come on.
Yeah, keep it going. Inspirational.
All right. I'm on fire. Come on, Cadence.
Look, the zombie!
I know I can do it.
I messed out with the easy part. I messed out with the easy part. I can do it now. Meme
2, 1,
Overlord?
move.
Hi! Wait, that's a really cute emote. Go on, look at that! Hi, hope you're doing good.
You got this.
Oops.
Oh no!
Commission for a close friend. Nice. Yeah, that looks really good.
That's more like it.
Oh boy!
Not good.
It might be a real zombie. Hi, Echo Board. Drink? I will drink. Wait, you're the second person I've seen playing Impossible when I got into the chat? Oh! I mean, I just kind of don't know why I want to suffer, so I play Impossible. When I first started out the game, I just like, yeah, let's go Impossible. A lot of people aren't ready for this whole mess. I'm enjoying it as much as I'm losing it. Well, I'm not losing it, but I'm losing the game.
2, 1, go.
I'm okay with this. Just gonna take a little trial and error and cheat.
On a roll. I won't give up. I'll win next time.
Have you tried Spook How Pause Impossible? I don't know, but so far I've been playing all Impossible, and I've been going through the story. Is it up here? Oh no, there it is. This one? Yeah. I think this one took. No, not this one. This one took me the longest. And this one I cheat to victory. Alright. Yeah, this one is super difficult. But Spook House Pop, I forgot how the music sounds like. My bad.
Cadence?
Cadence?
No time!
3, 2, 1, fight!
Inspirational!
All right.
You got this!
Oops. I don't care, I'm gonna cheat. I don't want to look at the zombies. Yikes. Haha. Just press all 3 buttons at once. Job's done. I'm so mean though to the game. Let's go, cheat to victory! Yay! I cheated to victory! I'm using Game Shark! Wow! Game Shark! Cool!
Not bad, not bad.
See, I'll take it. Hef's mess is one of the hardest impossibles for me because of the red zombies. Yeah, when I see the red zombies, my brain shuts down, so it's like, eh. I'm 14 on tutorial impossible. Even the cheese win is still a win, especially with the C. I'll take it, right? I'll try to beat the high score when I'm off stream, but on the stream, I kind of just like look at the story together. The audacity of this leak or lich, I don't know. Leech?
Wow!
Oh, wow, that was so much easier with your around cadence.
Right?
I know, right? But how did you two get here? We have so much to catch up on. Let me fill you in. A few hours later. Oh, the nitwits are back. Be that you two, we are understaffed today and I need to focus on the lunch rush. Poor Necrodancer. This will only take a moment. We found Hef thanks to your tip. And Cadence, do you have something you want to get off your chest?
Nope.
Nope. Cadence! Ugh, how am I supposed to thank him? Him! It's fucking Necrodancer still want to do this even even during the lunch rush. How amusing. But as much as I love to see you squirm, I don't want to hear you thank me either. Instead, there's something you could help me with.
What now?
What is it?
What?
You've got to be kidding me. Yo? Oh no. Of course, now I know what the lunch rush is. I won't chase red zombies like you do, but I won't bash the strategy. Thanks, appreciate it. Okay, what am I doing? Welcome to Magic Hamburger, where it's not meat, it's magic. The Necrodancer will make a hamburger and you will need to copy him. Ingredients will appear on the side of the screen. Oh, okay. Mimic the Necrodancer's timing. Press left or right to add ingredients and up to add the button. Now try to make a complete hamburger. Oh, okay.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Yes, yes.
Yes! Great, you've mastered the Shut the fuck up, game. God damn it. You and your puns, I swear to God. Good shit, I hate it. Now, let breathe, it's fine. You can handle lunch rush. Thanks, game.
3, 2, magic ham.
Magic ham?
Well done.
Oh.
Your turn. Not bad.
Immediate.
You're up. Excellent.
Okay.
Next up.
Oh my god. Who eats this?
You're up. Well done. Your turn. Yes, yes. You're up.
Oh my god.
Well done. Next up.
Oh my god.
Excellent.
Okay.
Well done.
Nice. That's a burger. We got the magic hamburger where we use magic to somehow pass every health inspection. Heck yeah. Oh, this one's really cute. I like it.
One more try.
Nah, we don't need one more try. I'm here for the story. Work your magic.
Nice.
So you and Have here were transported here together? That's a relief. It's so good to catch up with you again, Marilyn.
Likewise.
Likewise, Cadence. It has been quite a spell since we last spoke. Spell. This game, I swear to God, this game. But actually, that terrible joke reminds me. Do you have any idea how we got here? Any magical insights? Do you want to hear what I think happened?
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Here we go.
Okay, so
I was blacksmithing, right? A new sword. And I could just feel that it was going to be my best work yet. I was really getting into it, you know? So I warmed up to hammer it super hard. And I'm talking like really hard. And then when I hit the sword, it went kaboom! Then the rift opened up. Suddenly I was here, but I was hammering a metal sculpture instead of a sword. My love, I don't think that hammering a sword really hard can open a portal to another world. I'm just that strong, I guess. But Cadence, I've been consulting my crystals and I think I made an important discovery. It seems that the rift monsters are actually swapping souls with the people of this world.
No wonder.
No wonder people around town have been becoming more and more zombie-like. But there's good news too. When the people of this world are hopeful and happy, they are less likely to succumb.
You mean...
So you mean we can help by making people happy? It's the pun IP? You should have known this was coming.
Yes.
Look, I don't know. I'm very bad with puns, okay? Wait, are you saying that Brace Yourself games is pun? Like, they are known for their pun? That's not really my specialty. Can I just keep smashing monsters like I always do? Necrodet. Okay, point taken! Point taken, I get it. Right, that somehow flew over my head. I just think it's a cool name. Oh my god. And that certainly helps too. And while you do that, we can support Hef's desire to bring people joy through his art. Oh, and one more thing. In my visions, I also notice hotspots of activity in another part of town. But they move around quickly. Those hotspots give me the same feeling as the ones you and Dove made when you battled the rift before. So you mean, it's possible that they are being created by someone else from our world? Show me where. Amalgamaniac. Amalgamaniac. What's an amalgam? Alright, here we go. Time to die again. Oh, time to work your magic, Cadence. Merlin, please stop.
3, 2, 1, let's rock!
Oh shit.
In the zone.
Shit, fuck, ass. I don't like red zombies. Ui!
Now we're talking.
Ui!
Hang in there.
Excellent! go. Right on.
Oh my god.
Keep it together. Let's try that again.
Did you not play or see Crypt? Or did reanimate and the summoning things from current play over your head? Everything just flew over my head. I just think it's a cool game. I'm really bad with like puns and jokes and stuff. I just like, oh my god, it's so cool, the game I love. And then I never really thought about like jokes and puns and stuff. I don't know. Everything just flew over my head.
Bring it on.
I play Bringer.
Magical.
Oh, no, that's not it. That's not it. I'm still finding the buttons.
Not good. Oh no, Cadence.
Oh.
I'm not done yet. Amazing! Awesome!
Oh, I see. I don't see. I lied. There we go.
I'm on fire! I won't give up!
I hate the zombies. I hate the zombies. I hate the zombies. Fuck. I don't like the zombies. Ew. Amalgamaniac is one of the fan favorite songs from the old version of the demo. Not in the current demo, nor the most recent release before the game came out. Oh. So the most recent demo doesn't have the music, question mark? I hate the zombos. I hate them. They move around.
2, 1, let's go!
They hurt my brain.
On a roll! Splendid!
I don't know what the fuck I was.
On a roll.
Hey. Oh, that was confusing.
Magical. In the zone.
Okay. Not too hard, I think. I didn't spam too much as well. I can actually follow the music, so it's pretty nice.
Just warming up.
I'll take it. C is good enough. It was smart fighting Revenge. Oh, Revenge is really fun. Yeah, I love the music. GG. Yeah. I'm the best at treating. Everyone's a critic.
Wow.
Wow, that hotspot show was moving fast. Yeah, we have to try to catch it again soon. No, everything is falling apart. I know things are getting ugly in this world, but we'll figure it out together. Not that, my art exhibition. Hundreds of people are coming to the opening and I'm nowhere near ready. Oh no, that's the worst feeling.
So true, darling.
Queen? Who the fuck are you? If it's as uninspired as your last exhibition, you might as well cancel it now. I doubt that hundreds will be showing up after your last disastrous showing.
Who are you?
Who are you two? You show up out of nowhere just to taunt poor Hef when he's already super stressed? We're art critics, of course. You could say that we're the king and queen of the art scene in this city. Disgusting. We've known Hef since he first came to town. We're just doing our best to give him some perspective, you know?
Oh no!
Ew, disgusting. No, Hef. Oh, think? I will think. Thank you, Plaguebringer. What do I do? What do I do? This feels awfully familiar. Hef, let's go get some air. We don't need to stand here and accept this kind of treatment. Yeah, say that again. Hang 10 Hef. Really being subtle there, huh, game? What happened? I mean, poor Hef. A rift? This isn't helping me calm down. Take this king and queen. Double bonk. Double gun. Good. Sorry, Hef. I'll take care of this as quickly as I can.
3, 2, 1, come on!
Yeah, keep it going!
Right on!
Ooh, this one's really hard.
I can't give up.
Time for me to get breakfast. Also, Ixon says, hi, Kobo. Oh my god. Hi, Ixon. Dragon. Help me say hi, Dragon, back to Ixon. Thank you, Lex. But this music is pretty fun, though. At first, it's like pretty simple, to be honest.
3, 2,
I like
1,
it.
move.
Inspirational.
At one too many.
That's the stuff.
Now we're talking.
You got this.
On a roll.
Inspirational. Oh boy. Looking good. Oh, don't stop now.
I'm not stopping. I fucking hate double shields. I love double shields, kind of. Well, I wouldn't say I love. I feel neutral towards it. I hate zombies though. Fucking hate zombies. And bats. But bats are cute though. So because bats are cute, I feel neutral towards bats. But zombies, ew. No zombos for me.
3, 2, 1, go. Awesome.
Yeah, keep it going. That's the stuff. You got this.
Right on. Come on, Cadence. Let's go.
Come on, Cadence. That's it.
I
One more shot.
pressed one last time for the double shield. That's bad on my part. Have you gone to see any other enemies that are annoying? I mean, so far it's only just the zombos. The rest I can pretty much react to it. It's just zombos that I don't want to look at them because it's very dizzy. So when I see zombies, I just press 3 buttons at once. being sneaky
3,
cheating.
2, 1, fight! I'm on fire!
That's the stuff.
In the zone.
You got this.
That one to me.
Second wind. Come on, get back in there.
There are reduced motion options in accessibility if you think that would help. Does it reduce the zombies or does it reduce the does it reduce the animation of, like, you know, the characters at the side doing the those kind of thing? I guess I can give it a try. No.
3, 2, 1, go!
Background animation, I think it's fine. Static monsters. How does it look like with static monsters? I think it's gonna look very depressing though. I think it's gonna look so depressing. Here, let's give it a try.
3, 2, 1, come on! All right.
I cannot. This is so funny. And the worm.
Yeah, keep it going. Inspirational.
Right on. Come on, Cadence. I almost had it.
No. This is the Rift of the
3, 2,
Kobodancer.
1, move.
This is Rift of the depressed monsters. Rift of the depressed monsters is what it is. No. Who took away all the monster souls? Poor things. Alright, they're back.
3, 2, 1, fight.
Oh, thank you, game. I love you, game.
I'm on fire.
You got this!
In the zone.
Oops. That was really bad.
Now we're talking.
Come on, Cadence! So close!
No, 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 no. Hef, look. It's not so close, Hef. Do you see the bar? Do you see the goddamn bar, Hef? It's not even halfway. Shut up. Shut up. No, it's not even close.
3, 2, 1, come on!
That's the stuff! Inspirational!
Awesome! I won't give up. Whew. On a roll.
Oh boy!
Diaphragms.
Oh, don't stop now!
That was just ice zombies. Cardboard cutout plan thing with the monsters. Also, there's a song coming out where the impossible genuinely will be impossible for you. Say this is someone who can't do it either. Do you want warning when it comes around? I mean, a warning is fine, right? But I still kind of want to give it a few more tries, like give it like maybe even practicing off stream, and to see if I can get past it. I don't know. I'm anything but stubborn.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh no, I'm so stubborn. It's crazy.
Right on.
You got this!
All right.
Yeah, keep it going!
In the zone.
Inspirational!
Keep it together.
Second wind?
Wait, that part isn't supposed to be hard. Why am I messing up that? The one you're wasting your time to find out late in the song is unreasonable expectation later on. I guess I'll see it when it's unreasonably hard. Sorry, I cannot. Words hard,
3,
I'm
2,
sorry.
1, fight! I'm on fire!
You got this!
Now we're talking. Awesome!
That's the stuff!
I'm on fire!
Inspirational! Come on, Cadence!
Not good. Figure this out.
Oh fuck, I messed up. I pressed one last time at the shield. I hate it. Let's do it again.
3, 2,
I
1,
was so
move!
close.
Right on!
Oops. Yeah, so close, right? Just a little bit more.
Yeah, keep it going!
Now we're talking.
You got this!
In the zone.
Oh no!
Ah, I pressed the wrong
I'll
button.
win next time.
I pressed the wrong button. I think I accidentally pressed down or up.
3,
I think I
2,
pressed up.
1, come on!
It's okay. It happens.
a roll.
That's the stuff.
Right on.
Inspirational. Yeah, keep it going.
I'm on fire. All right. In the zone. Awesome.
That's the stuff. Oh boy.
I had to use the power, or else I'll lose that one. Yay. Itchy. Itchy.
I'm game for another.
Itchy. Count Funkula? Okay, let me check the time. 5:14. If it's 5:14, I have badminton tonight though. Look at the clap. Oh my god. Oh my god, the pops though. It's look just like mine. Alright, let's play maybe one more. I don't know if I can get past this one though.
Hey.
How's Seth doing?
Well,
He's trying his best. That bad, huh?
3, 2, 1, go. Amazing. Oh dear. Don't give up, Cadence.
Ooh, okay. I got it. I got this. This was really tough.
3, 2,
Let's do
1,
it.
let's
Game
rock.
over. Hi, Murph.
Splendid.
Oh, I didn't expect the.
You can do it.
I didn't expect the bird coming from behind before the slime comes in. Oh, that's very trippy. The game is over. Stop. No. 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 Stop. Only retry. Oh, thanks for giving Merp a shot. Merp is so cute though. Check out Merp.
Now we're talking. I won't give up.
I pressed too much.
I can't give up.
Rebel boat. I rebel. But we I'm not that great. I a Kobo back to differ. Mercury.
3, 2,
This song is
1,
a
bring
much
it
harder
on.
impossible chant in development. Jesus.
I'm on fire.
Hang in there.
Okay.
Oh no, Cadence.
Oh my god.
I know I can do it.
There's so many ding. I was not around to see it, but I've asked someone who was if they could look for it. This is my first time actually seeing this chart. If this is the easier one, holy shit. I'm banned! Oh my god. No.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Oh.
Awesome.
What an opening though.
In the zone. Magical.
I spam a little bit.
Keep it together.
I don't understand this part. This is still one of the highest intensity charts in the game. Seriously? This one? I want to make sure that's absolutely clear. Well, it's clear. It's definitely clear to me
3,
now,
2,
yeah.
1, let's rock.
This one?
On a roll.
Yeah. Double.
Magical! Amazing!
Right on.
This is not the end.
Think, Tylra? I feel a little unsure about myself lately, but you cheer me out all the time. Oh, but of course, I mean, if you, I may be quiet all the time, but you know, if you have something that is in your brain that you want to share, I'm always here to listen. I might be quiet, but I don't know if I'm a good listener though. But hey, have you seen Chonky Me? Yes, very cute. I like it. Very adorbs. Love it when Burp is
3,
chunky.
2, 1, go!
Splendid!
All right.
Amazing!
Amazing.
Right on. Now we're talking.
Excellent! In the zone. Got focus. Come on, Cadence.
Oh,
How about a do-over?
oh. Okay, okay. The way you give a stream. Yeah, me too. I always look at Murph channel because Murph is like the cobalt energy. Murph has the very cobalt energy that I really like.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! I'm on fire! Awesome!
Oops.
Magical!
Oh, do-do-do-do-do.
Oh dear. Amazing. Don't lose hope. This can't be it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No,
3, 2,
I
1,
got
let's
this. I'm gonna go for a full impossible play. Oops, I don't know what I was saying. Nope. Not like this.
I won't give up.
This
No.
is not the end.
I don't know what happened. Don't worry about it.
3, 2, 1, bring it on. On a roll.
Oh, I know how to. At least the first part I know how. Finally.
Splendid.
I'm on fire.
Excellent.
Keep it together.
Easy.
All right. Got focus.
Oh no, Cadence.
Time for a rematch.
Looking forward to play Wilds with you. I hope the connection is somewhat stable. Honestly, I think for Monster Hunter, even if it's laggy, it's not gonna matter too much. I feel like maybe. At least I feel that way. It should be fine. I hope for the best too. I want to play Wilds. I cannot wait to sink another 3k hour in Wilds. Well, not another,
2,
but you know.
1, go.
Magical.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Yeah, one too many.
Splendid.
There we go.
Excellent. Hang in there. Magical. Not good. Keep it up. Oh no, Cadence.
The zombos fucked me up. The zombos effed me up. They fucked me up wide open. I couldn't believe it. The delayed double zombie killed me because I spammed too much. Oh my god. Okay, I think I got this. I think I got this. Just gonna give it a few more tries, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna
3, 2,
get past
1,
this
let's
one. I
go.
think, hopefully, maybe. No.
In the zone. Excellent. Now we're talking. Amazing. In the zone. Right on. Splendid.
I got locked out.
Don't lose hope.
Oh, the
Don't
bird.
Give up, Cadence.
The bird. The bird. The bird. I can't believe it. The bird. No.
3, 2, 1, let's rock. Awesome. On a roll.
I spam too much again. I spam too much at the double zombie again. Hiya. Gosh, I think I got this. Tail numb. I couldn't really reach my tail there. What if I... You know what, my hand hurts. So what if I change position? What if I play like this? Oh, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. Well, you guys cannot see what I'm doing, but the keyboard is now on my thigh. I don't think it's gonna help a lot.
3, 2, 1, bring it on!
Okay, wait, that's not gonna help a lot. Maybe I play for 5 hours, okay?
3, 2, 1, let's go! Magical! Right. Amazing! Awesome! Excellent! Right on! Hang in there! Splendid!
Oh, I shouldn't have used it.
In the zone! Don't lose hope! Magical! Oh god!
Oh,
Let's try that again.
I thought I was so close though. Wait, actually it helped my hand. My hand doesn't hurt as much anymore. I want to get past this. I want to at least get past this one.
3,
Then
2,
I can go
1,
badminton
go!
after.
Excellent! Amazing!
The last part is so difficult.
Magical! Splendid! Come on, Cadence. Oh no, Cadence.
Zombies! Ah,
could
zombies!
this
Yeah, it's a zombie again. Hiya. I couldn't even react to the zombies. There's already so many things happening.
Amazing! Right on! Excellent! I'm on fire! Amazing! Now we're talking. Magical! Oh dear. I won't give up. Back in the groove. Splendid! Awesome! In the zone. Hang in there.
Oh! I can't believe I got juked by that part. It's not even zombos anymore.
3, 2, 1, let's go! Excellent! I'm on fire! Amazing! On a roll!
Whoa! I didn't even have a chance to activate.
3, 2, 1, let's rock! Right on!
I think I'll give it a few more tries. Might be fatigue setting in.
Awesome! Splendid! Don't lose hope!
Oh, I was looking. I was looking at the other screen, my bad. Oh, Muffin! Oh my god, dragon. Muffin raid. I got raided by dragon, and there's more dragon here. Oh my god. Hi, Muffin. What were you playing? Rain World? Ooh. I haven't played. Well, I don't know when I'm gonna continue Rain World, to be honest. It's the Muffin. Oh, you didn't die because of that raid, did you? No. It didn't happen. Hi, Muffin. Hi, Ixon. Hi, Thunder Moglin. Hi, Zuri. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I see you finished Rain World ages ago. I kind of stopped playing it because my brain cannot handle too many deaths, and Kobo is like eh. So I eventually kind of stopped playing it, sadly. But maybe in the far future I might continue it. I don't know. But I hope you had fun with Rainbow. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tylra. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art sometimes. Speed not work? Does it not work? Uh-oh. There's a little redeem that I messed up when I was trying to tinker Fireball. But this one shouldn't. It's not working! Why? Oh, that's weird. Making adorable couple. Ixon is the one that's adorable. So is Muffin. So is everyone in the chat. Yeah, that's right. Everyone in the chat. I'm still trying to get past this music. Get past this one. It's very difficult, but I'm getting there. And raw for now, doing my own streamies and cobbled stuff, you know? I know. Have fun with Strem. That's very fair. I remember at one point Jade said I was only a little behind you. Then 5 streams later I got to where you were and you had stopped playing by then. So if you get finished and I was hopelessly lost. I was very lost as well, but I think I was at the point where I was like not lost as much, because towards the end well, I don't know how far towards the end I was, but from where I was from the story, I think it's a little bit more linear. Instead of like you can go many places and still ends up, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Good rolls, but may your spin be fast and your tongue will be true. I know where I want to go, but I'm struggling so hard to get. Yeah. There's so many things that could just kill you in an instant. It's a little bit tough. Also, I think I need to reopen this one. Give me a second. I need to rebirth. Oh, is it not working? Oh, it is working. What? Okay, I'm at a point where I cannot actually focus anymore. I remember the last time I was playing Rift of the Necrodancer, the same thing happened. Might have been like a long period of play with too much motion going on, I feel like. Maybe that's why. I'll give it a few more tries for this one. Just a few more tries. Oh, it works now. Wait. Right, let's try again. Yeah, I think I played this for too long and now I cannot focus anymore.
1, let's go! On a roll! Amazing! Right on! Now we're talking. Excellent!
Yeah, 1 minute.
Right. Amazing! I'm on fire!
That part is crazy.
Oh dear. In the zone. Goggles. Magical.
I don't triple shoot.
No way.
Triple shield. Ooh. And you're doing it on impossible? Yeah, I've been playing impossible from the get-go and I can see the mushy frying the whole combo. Yeah, I'm all mush now. Lays on combo and mushes more. That's good, that's good. Yes, yes. I won. Lays on excellent for double combo pressing. Oh my god, yes, yes. I'm so close to winning though. I got this. I'll give it a few more tries. Maybe like 2 more. I think 2 more at most
3,
because
2, 1, bring it on!
my brain doesn't work anymore.
Splendid! Awesome!
Oh.
Excellent! Don't give up. Good. Oh no, Cadence.
I messed up. I could have gone through that without using the power and leave it till the end. Oh. I got a fly and a spin. No.
3, 2, 1, go.
Many boop.
Magical. On a roll. Now we're talking.
Hey.
Splendid. Right on. Amazing. I'm on fire. Hang in there. Keep it together.
Nah. No, that part is not supposed to be hard. Also, it's getting dark. Wow. Let me do this real quick. There we go. Because just now the camera is too like the surrounding is too dark. Camera cannot really detect my face. Right, one last one. I have to go rest after this. And then go badminton
3,
tonight.
2, 1, let's go.
Mm.
Right on. Excellent. Amazing.
Amazing.
All right. Now we're talking. Magical. In the zone. Splendid. Awesome.
I got locked out when I was trying to heal.
How could this
No.
be?
Unfortunate. I saw the ham, and I want the ham. I want the food. I pressed one too many. I pressed one too many though. This whole chart looks not objectively impossible, but I think it will be impossible for me. I mean, at first I thought. To be honest though, every time I start off a new impossible chart, and then it's like, oh god, this is impossible. And then after so many tries, slowly, right? And then eventually I kind of know how to do it. It slowly does it, I think. So many poop. They're so good. No. I get so many poops though. Poop good. I like poop. Nah, okay, one last try. Just last one. I got
3,
this.
2,
I think.
1, let's rock!
Oh, okay.
On a roll! Awesome! Magical! I'm on fire! In the zone! Amazing! Come on, Cadence! That's it! That's more like it! All right! Splendid! Don't lose hope! Easy. Not good.
I got locked out.
I know I can do it.
Yeah, I need to rest. As much as I want to keep trying, I cannot. It's okay. I think. Ooh. I think. I mean, I guess we can keep going tomorrow with this. Hell yeah. Happy Cobble. Oh, wait, actually before I end, let me play one of my favorite. Sorry, no. One last favorite music and I'll call it a day. $100 diamond to unlock this? What do you mean I cannot play this on impossible? I'll go story mode then. Dragon milk for good luck? Yeah, thank you. A dragon milk good. Yeah, this one. Okay, let's play one more and then let's call it a day. Thankless, do you have good EPs? I will have good EPs after. Thank you, Muffin.
What the?
What the?
3, 2,
My
1, bring it
favorite.
on! Right on! Now we're talking. On a roll. All right. Awesome. Right on.
Oh, good.
In the zone.
Yeah.
I'm on fire.
My favorite one so far. Where did those monsters come from?
Let's do this again.
Let's do this again. No. I someone got the worst score. Okay, now for real, let's close this game before I say one more. Yeah, I think the problem still persists, right? A little bit, just a tad bit too much motion. And now I feel like my brain doesn't work anymore. Alright, I'm picking in. Many milk. Dragon's milk too, wow. One more time? No! I cannot one more time anymore. Ooh, I was listening to this one. Yes. She's going to drown in dragon milk. What? Milk combo from the tap directly. You open up the tap and then it's just a combo like goes down. A combo just like going down. I think that's pretty adorable. She died doing what she loved, dragons. That's worth. That's worth. I mean, Merp says that Merp is Strem, right? That's valid. Same though. I'm glad. I'm thinking. But I cannot think anymore. What? I'm okay. What? Yo, I'm actually okay. Wow. Light speed spin. The mega spin. Ooh. I mean, there's Merp. There's also Bailey? I never really ran into Bailey, right? Since I don't really got the chance to run into her. Oh, she's throwing now. Mega Milky Combo? And the pet? I'm still here though. Bean. I'm the Bean Master. Bean Master. Elongated peppers. I got the mega, but I think I kinda want to run into Bailey. Yeah, she's doing art. Amazing art too. Her art is getting so good actually. Like super good. Got the milk peppers. Cryptid peppers I've ever seen. The weirdest peppers. You won't believe what I saw. Today in a weird cave I saw a purple lizard thing with the hugest of the elongated of the extended peppers I've ever seen. Watch the video below to find out if it's real. The brain rot content? Oh, scary. Watch the video below to see if it's real. Wow, don't forget to like and subscribe. Top 10 bappers in history. You won't believe number 4. Truly the brain rot content's very scary. What? There's an ad break going on. So many pets. I've been spoiled. Which I love. Also, oh yeah, I'm gonna try my best to fix up the firebot thing, because currently the head pet and the chin screech doesn't work. So I decided to use a 3D model today so that some of the redeem still works. But I'll get the firebot fixed real quick because I kind of know where to look for now. So yeah. So next time, even if it's like even if I use 2D, you guys can like give mega boops now. Let me open up Firepot real quick. This is what I got. I just need to have like different scenes to get it to work. Give me a second. I think it's something like this. Oh. Why is it not here? You hear the boop, right? I mean, I hear the boop. Did I mess up? It's there now. This one, I should be able to spam, right? So once I get that done, you know that there's also this. You know, you can do this. You can do this. I might be able to make it like loop multiple times, other than just like trying to get people to redeem like 10,000 times at once. But yeah, I think I kind of know where to fix it. Yeah, I scratches. I'll need like two different sets for it. One for the 3D model, one for the 3D model, and one for the 2D model. Since I'll be switching in between them, right? Although I don't know, there's no like follow along boobs, right? I cannot make the PNG to like follow along a point double. Yep. Get that thigh. Can I do it? Can I do it after I end the stream, like I always do? I did do it though. Just wanted to like make sure, you know, I did do it. Like for the past few times, people redeemed the get that thigh. I didn't do it on stream, but I did it off stream instead. Because I feel so right now. Don't worry, I'll do it after. You got rolled over by a Magna Malos. Oh, you're playing Rise? Ooh, Rise is pretty fun. Nom Jade. To be honest, I was with an IG. Oh, I mean, Insectglaive in Rise, Narek says it's very fucking strong. I say it's weak. I don't know, it all depends on like personal preferences and stuff like that, right? There are things to make stuff like boobs and pet folio PNG. I used Landy too. But if that's all you're using it for, it might be a bit of overkill. Maybe it is strong, but not for me. Yeah, see, like I mentioned, you know, personal preferences, right? Personal preferences. Like fucks, like Charge Blade seems better. Charge Blade has always been good. And now it's auto shit. No! Wait, Charge Blade you can do the spin to win. And it's so good. It's not auto shit. Like, Charge Blade is actually really good. Compared to the other games, I think it's still pretty okay. Right, the spin to win it's way weaker than saying Generation Ultimate or World. Well, that I don't know. Since I'm playing, I mean, since we're talking about Rise, you know, I don't know. I like pretty much all the weapons in Rise, other than light bowgun and heavy bowgun because I don't use them. I don't play Counter Strike. So, let me summon Bernie real quick. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. I'm back. Dragon Simping Corner. The most important thing, Dragon Simping Corner. Oh my god. Oh yeah, and I also announce my stream stuff over there. You know, whenever I stream, I'll announce there. Whenever if I don't stream at any point, I'll also announce there firsthand. Essentially, is where I'm the most active stream wise. Yeah. I'm partnered with my sister's business, Tsunabi. Dunabi is where you can buy keyboard keycaps? Yeah, keyboard keycaps. Custom made, I believe. Or is it? I'm not too sure actually, but I have a few keycaps that I've been using, and one set that my sister's been using. It's pretty good. At least I like it, right? It's okay, you know. I pretty much like it. So yeah, if you want like a keycaps, you can go there. Use the code Tylra05 to get a 5% discount. Wow. Wow, 5%. Oh my god. But yeah, it's my sister's business. I'm just like, why not promote it since she's doing this, right? So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Since Bailey is big and strong, right, for a bear. Like, not for a bear. What I meant to say is because Bailey is a bear. So we can definitely ask Bailey for uppies. 100%. Yeah. So that's a rate message. I'm gonna type in the rate to Bailey real quick. Done. Okay. I'm gonna rate into Bailey. So tomorrow, I guess tomorrow, let's continue playing Rift of the Kobodancer. I like Rift of the Kobodancer, it's fun. And of course, I'm gonna sort of challenge myself to do everything in Impossible, so I can have more reason. I can have a reason to play the game for a long time. So, yeah. I'm gonna go get some rest, I'm gonna get some food and play badminton after. Yeah. Before the raid though, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And so, also know that you guys are all freaking loved, valid, and matter. Wow, what was that hand for? And matter. And Cobalt loves y'all. And here comes the raid to Bailey. Bailey Bear. See, love it when Saribot does that. It's kinda cute. Kinda cute when Saribot just be like, oh, you're raiding out? Have a great day. Milk. Milk. My brain doesn't work anymore, help. Think for Strem. Think for being with Cobalt. Cobalt very happy today. And my brain not working anymore. Too much Rift of the Kobodancer. I actually legit cannot focus on one point. All I see is everything flying around. It's like, ooh, very scary, right? But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be okay after like after a little bit. Should be fine. Once we are done with Kobodancer's story, I might go back to playing Wilds or Generation Ultimate. We'll see, right? We'll see. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Mwah. And Cobalt loves y'all. Bye bye. Pet's good. What? One last milk before. Bye bye.